All right. It's Wednesday. Major sell-off. Level did not hold, and we are dropping. Yesterday was a mess for me. 0-4 yesterday. So yeah, try to get my mind right today. Do my best to just take good setups. Looks like I just missed one. How big are these candles? 93 ticks. ATR 71.5 ticks. So the risk is rather large. I may just make my risk be like 45 ticks. I feel like I don't want to risk more than that anymore. It's like if it goes more than 45 ticks against me, the trade is mostly not doing what I was expecting it to do. Have a new high, first attempt higher, second attempt higher. Did shoot down right through the midline. Potential for second entry short as well. Yeah. It's gonna get me. And a loss. Probably not the best trade. Man, I'm on a roll. I don't know, fit my rules. At least I'm guaranteeing myself smaller losses. But yeah, if I drew that line, maybe. It's just see what happens. Oh, look what I'm doing. Look at what I'm doing. I'm just already starting off this way. It's not even a setup. Man, I'm not being smart. Yeah. Can I get lucky? I don't know why I was entering that at all. Just frustrated. No. Wow. I'm just going to be on my way to blowing up this account. Turn the copier off. I don't really even know why I did that. Well, I have some work to do. A triple test here. Yeah, got some back. I'm just going to do this one account at a time. definitely feel off my game. Definitely feeling like I'm a little bit in a self-destructive mode. See, when's the last time we were at the 50 SMA? Broke through it. This is going to be the first test of it. Entered it a little early. Not looking good. If Thought it was a failed breakout. Let's see. I tried moving my stop down. Damn it. Tried to move my stop down. Got some kind of error. It's basically a break-even trade. So you get like a failed breakout. Took a chance trying to enter it down there. Let's see. Reducing my risk. It doesn't look good. Alright, so winner turns into a loser, but chasing it. Nah. Alright, just kind of freewheeling. Let's break even too. It's kind of like no point in even keeping my stats the way I'm trading today. I'm just like, I have a kind of a fuck it attitude. Just trying to just recover my loss and go with, discretionary trades. It's going to be really hard to keep stats if I keep trading this way. It's an example of a trade that if I took the short here, it's just like this short. This time it would have worked, but this time it didn't work. It's basically the same setup. So I didn't take the short this time based on this. Same bars, basically. Doji, doji. Stacked bars. I have a hard time keeping track of trades if I'm going to keep taking these kind of more discretionary trades. I don't know. maybe the stats have served their purpose already. And here I kind of won one and lost one, but little and a little, so just basically not counting it. It's like a wash. Take a small loss there. Just taking trades that it's stupid to even keep track of this because these are not even setups. I'm just taking chances. I feel like I've completely ruined this account. Got like less than 600 drawdown. Definitely came in today feeling some sort of way. I was just gonna, I don't know. When I first started the stream, I said, okay, I'm gonna just try to take good setups, but I've done exactly the opposite of that. Just going counter trend, just doing all the wrong things. All right, how about this? How about I actually wait for a setup instead of just entering? Being stupid. I'm definitely letting the frustration of yesterday get to me. It's like, okay, yesterday I tried to take setups, it didn't work, so here I am just doing stupid shit. Look how many trades I've taken. This is so ridiculous and stupid of me. I'm just throwing a dartboard. I'm throwing darts at a dartboard. I mean, I wouldn't even know how to measure this if I tried. Maybe that's way beyond. I mean, it's really hard to have any idea where a bottom might come. Two and four now. I keep wanting to enter short, but I feel like the second I enter short, this thing's going to just take off the other direction. Entering at lows. But, I mean, this thing looks super bearish. sitting here wanting to go long, but just wasn't sure about the midline. Obviously not a setup, but just instinct. That hasn't been working out for me very well. So we got very little drawdown left on 11, like $400, less than 400. So it just might be a blow up day on one account. I feel like this is generally what's happened to me. I just run into a day or a week where I just lose all my patience and just start doing stupid things and start blowing up accounts. And all my hard work and discipline for all those weeks and months, I'm just doing my thing. Good waste. second entry short, so if it comes up and fails, take it for the long, because it shot right through the middle line of the Bollinger. Otherwise, if I missed the short, then I missed it. Second entry long. I think we don't have any low over here yet. I think we need to at least touch the low. Maybe a failure here. Already have any low. So there was a failure here, but if this turns into a higher low, I may just consider it. Oh. Failure. There's not much room. Nope. Doesn't matter if there's much room. I was thinking failure originally, but it just didn't happen the way I was thinking about it. It's ironic because the first trade I took was this sort of idea. You got a loss and it's what spun me out. And GameStop, the whole, everything is just getting crushed. I'll just try to be patient and try to save this one account, PA11, and not trade any other accounts. is I don't want to destroy all these accounts today. It's just clear. I'm frustrated and not following my rules, my game plan, not taking my setups, and just trying to force things. And it never goes well for me when I do this sort of stuff. I mean, just ridiculous trades. I don't like any of these trades. None of them are my setup. The first one was my setup, but it was, I'd say, a more aggressive version of it because it was so stacked up side by side right here. I was just eager to take a trade, and it was with the downtrend, and ironically that was my first loss, and then that sent me just on this path of destruction. Just trying to force things. And say, oh, it's another day. You just sell, and that's all you gotta do. But that's what I did in my first trade, and that's what made me start doing stupid stuff. Perfect bounce off the measured move. Oh, hello. Okay. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. That's the microphone.
For you?
Yeah.
I could have gleaned for you.
All right. I mean, to have 3 huge days down like this is, I mean, I don't know what percentage that is, but it's got to be 10% by now. So the market has definitely changed off the highs all the way back down to 19,300 something. So I'm not doing a good job adapting to the market changes is basically what I'm thinking. The market's changed, but I have not adapted. I think that's the hard thing about trading. Is you're doing a certain something, it's kind of working, and then the market flips the script, starts doing something different, and we think we can just keep doing what we've been doing, and it's going to keep working, but the conditions have changed. never actually test the 50. It didn't even touch it. Got close. So maybe they'll actually touch it this time. So this is the first time we've actually touched it. And I'll set up a second entry. Oh my god, don't come back. Seriously? Oh man. If it goes up, it's going to be the end of my account probably. lock it in, but I also want to give it a chance to work. Come on, don't come back. You've been going down all day. You can't go down right now for me. Oh my god. Seriously, can you believe that? Just enough to get my stop. Alright, well, save myself from another loss. Basically break even. I mean, I wouldn't consider this bursting through the midline, so I wasn't looking for a failure. I looked at it as like a break a new high already of this, so. I guess I could have had, it's still. Yeah, lower high. I wanted to take this. If I just took my regular profit, I would have had a nice win there. I was hoping it was coming all the way back down. Thing is, now we might be looking for 2 legs. I wouldn't think that would happen, but a shitty week. Maybe if if a second entry long sets up on the next bar. Now it goes. And it didn't really hold this level, so looks like it's going to come all the way back down now. Yeah, 3 ticks. It went 7 3/4 points, so I really should have locked more in there. Here's a second entry long. Hello.
I'm listening because the TV's on.
You are.
Where's my whistle?
Your whistle?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I see my whistle's in the back. Mommy, where's my whistle? Is this school? This school? Is this school? School? Where's my whistle?
Maybe try taking a failure here. Inside bar though. Don't like it because of this. All of a sudden now I'm starting to play by my rules. I really don't want to lose this account. There it goes. Holds that level. There it goes. It would have worked for a scout if I'd stuck with the scout. Lower high. Retest the lows. Let's see. No. Did I do it again? Expecting it to go down to the bottom.
I'm trying to find my whistle.
You are.
Yeah, but would you help me find my whistle, please?
Okay.
Would you?
All right. Oh, and it would have ended up working. Perfect. Did I blow up the account? Because I didn't even get to see what happened because my daughter was pulling on me to help her go find her toy. It's still active by, jeez, by $280. It would have worked, but I moved my stop because my daughter was pulling on me. So there's new low, there's a first attempt lower, second attempt lower possibly here. Strong push up through the midline. If this triggers below, I might look for a long. Or it'll just keep going down and I won't have to worry about it. Yeah, so this trade would have worked. But it looks like I'm very likely to blow up this account today, PA11, which sucks. But this week I've just been off my game and the market's obviously flipped and changed and I'm just not adapting with it. I think that's my problem right now. Got to be able to adapt. The market changes, you got to be able to recognize it and change with it. And instead of being even more disciplined with my rules, I'm being less and I'm just screwing myself over. Just entering, not even based on setups anymore. There's a level here. Here we go again. We're going for another leg down. I guess that is another leg down already. Based on that. Just based on the measured move, maybe I'll consider second entry long for the account. For the life of the account. Strong push through. Shouldn't be really looking for longs after that. Hopefully it doesn't even go up, so I just cancel this. Yeah. So beyond a measured move. That, I mean, obviously there's something bigger that I'm not even recognizing. It's been a long time since we've seen continuous bearish days like this. Yeah, I mean, it's like anything I can measure, we've gone well beyond. Just downtrend city. I mean, I've really kind of stopped even keeping track of my stats. I think I've not marked one loss. So we're going to mark some kind of, but how does that even help? You know, it's stupid. It doesn't help at all. What was it? This one was a loss. It didn't have to be a loss, but it was. I mean, maybe I would have blown up my count anyway. I don't know. So, just in the attempt to keep my terrible stats going here. I don't even know what that is. Is it even 20%? Epic. I'm just guessing at the numbers. I'm too disturbed to even keep track of them. Okay, let's see where. Oh. Better than I thought. 29%. And I was almost right here. 19%. And I think I have to add a loss here. Just watching a meltdown. A slow moving meltdown. First entry. Be a second entry here. I'm going to do my best to try to take a legit setup for my last possible trade, or my possible last trade of PA11 before it's blown. A failure here. I mean, it's a pretty strong move through the midline. It's not, it hung out here for a minute. It's not as strong as the ones I'm really looking for. Let's take a short at the bottom. because it would have worked again. It's ironic. My first trade of the day was essentially this setup. Gave me my first loss, put me on a warpath to just doing stupid things. And every single time I've seen it since, it's worked every time. Look at that. Really frustrating. I took the only one that hasn't worked today in the direction of the trend. Well, the only thing I could say is at least I had enough sense to not be copying accounts anymore after the first trade, because that would have been a disaster. Actually, did I mark it? Maybe I did take it, copy trade on the second trade too, because I marked it. I don't really remember. It's a blur. Well, at least I cut it off after the second trade, I guess. Is there going to be any end in sight for this down market? I mean, this is crazy. This looks really bad. Because now it looks like one leg, two legs. I mean, that's a major sell-off all the way back to there. Back to what this range that was back here. Looks like it's coming all the way back. If it does that, it's another 430 points down from here. 600 points down right now. Should have bought some puts on the market. I had the right idea taking this trade. I really should have taken it here too on the lower high. That would have worked. Just depends like how quickly I move down my stop to break even plus whatever and try to move it down with it. Because that's how I missed out on a 7-point win here. Instead I only got 3 ticks. We got one good trade left for PA11. A loss will blow it up, I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna try to make my next trade a good one. Consider a second attempt lower here. If it sets up. Looks like this is not gonna stay a structure. Maybe something off of this again. Kind of like my earlier one over here. Be nice if it can get up here, touch the top Bollinger and the 50 at the same time. Set up a short. Probably like that. Since it's been rejecting here every time. Don't really want to take one off an inside bar. It's gone higher. Still not a good setup bar. Also don't want to take it engulfing. Especially not with so much time left in the bar. So it doesn't. If it does something off of around this level, consider it. I really want it to touch again. Should have taken it, maybe. Just didn't like that was not all the way back up. Would have worked. Maybe a failure. Seems a bit risky. Wasn't really strong. Bit risky. Wasn't a strong push through, which is why I wasn't not thinking long. Maybe a lower high. I don't know. Lower high. Right into the midline. I don't know, I just have this feeling it wants to come back up here and touch this at least. Let's try it. All right. Just lock it in there. So I made a little bit. What did I get on that? Almost 6 points. I don't know, I'm still keeping track of the stats, but I've been doing it the whole time I've been on YouTube, so I feel the need to do it, even though so many of these trades have not been are set up today. But that last trade was an actual setup. All right, so I'm just on mission, make PA11 survive. Which sucks, because now I'm not even on on what should be my mission of working towards payouts, but I've done so much damage to these accounts. I mean, I feel so far away from a payout. Because 11 was the one that was halfway at one point. Now it's hanging on by a thread. It's got, what, 390 or so in drawdown. So obviously if I had tried to go for any more than what I did, I would have either had a break even or a loss. But I'd definitely be having a better day if I was just sticking to actual setups. I mean, this is crazy. This was trade 7. Trade 8. It's ridiculous. So for people that want to know why I usually take so very few trades, it's because when I go off the rails and just start taking trades, this is how my day goes. Hi. Right, so it's not holding this level. Let's see about down here. surprised it didn't even get up to the 50. That's how bearish the day is, I guess. Tested it here a bunch of times, but I guess I should be really happy I got what I got out of this, because that could have easily been a mistake. I noticed it seemed like quite a few people on YouTube had bad days yesterday, or at least had some losses. So kind of made me feel a little bit better. I wasn't the only one that was red yesterday, but I don't know. I definitely came in today with some kind of weird mentality. That was not helpful. Probably, if I'm being honest with myself too, seeing my GameStop position just getting crushed lately has also been probably affecting me. Because I was up so much on all of my positions at one point, and I didn't take my profit. All right, this was a new high here, so it was the first attempt higher and a second attempt higher. I didn't like the bar. It seems like maybe this is going to be somewhat legitimate for now, but we'll find out. Now it's going to get to the 50. I imagine it's going to break through and close above it. What a week. Just being stupid today. Yesterday was fine. I mean, I took a loss, whatever. The loss fit my rules. Today, though, I'm just being dumb. So many of these trades I took today are just not even setups. They're just me. I mean, why am I taking along here and here? There's no reason for those two trades at all. This trade wasn't bad. This trade wasn't bad. The first trade wasn't even bad. The first trade fit my rules. It just didn't work. The second trade was terrible. I don't know what I was thinking. But really, these two were really stupid trades. And then this one would have worked if I just left my stop at least above this bar. So just gotta stick to my rules, stick to my setups. All right, so again, it's getting rejected by the 50. It's not even, I really thought since we were lower here, it would at least close above and then reject, but it's not even giving an entry or anything, it's just rejecting. It's almost like I forgot what days like this even look like, because until this past week, we haven't seen them. I think that's what's messing me up more than anything. I'm just not used to a bear market like this. And for whatever reason, I've lost my patience. I need to refine it, because last week I was so on point. It happens to me every time I have a 5-0 week, something like that. I'm just really patient, take limited trades, just take the setups where the context makes sense. The setup supports the context. And even though it's not a lot of trades, you know, I made over $1,000 in profit last week, and I gave up well more than that. I double that in 2 days. So the struggle is real. The only thing I did right was stop copying to a second account after I recognized that my mentality was just off today. We'll see. Maybe I can get lucky and get like a really great win or two on this account and at least give myself a chance with some more drawdown. Keep this account alive. But yeah, I'm not going to switch off P11. It's going to be either keep it alive, and if I get a nice setup, try to bring it back a little bit, or you know, probably call it a day at that point if I do lose it. It's not going to take much to lose it. I got less than 400 drawdown. Kind of a triple test here, but man, it's hard to take longs down here. It's not even a healthy range. I mean, it can't even get back up to the top last time. Which makes me think that along is not a good idea, even if it gives a good signal bar. All right, new low. All right. Well, at least it didn't even give a signal. Let me take this off because it doesn't look like that's a healthy range anyway. We can do another 2 legs down. 1, 2. See what happens from there. And we are down 615 points for the day on this market. Unbelievable. I think this all stems from Tesla and Alphabet's earnings. Kicked it off. I mean, that's a cliff. That is a fucking cliff. What the? There's new high here, so it's the first attempt up. Might be a second attempt up here. So this ticked below. So here's a second attempt up. Don't feel like I can take a long here. It was basically right at that measured move, just shy of it by a couple ticks. look at this thing go. All right, the ATR is 43 ticks, and we've just had an 84 tick bar in the opposite direction of the market. Have we found a bottom? I don't know. It's hard to imagine we have. But you would think there'd be a bottom somewhere along the way. So we've seen the measured move work for a trade, and I've also seen it not work for a trade today. So I was trying to buy long up here based on measured moves at the time. Didn't work out too well for me. Let's see what happens here at the 50. I was suspecting we were going to close above it here. I think we'll close above it here pretty clearly. But usually after the first close above, what I notice is it still ends up coming back down. It doesn't just get above and stay above. But I don't know, today might be different because there's been so many tests of it already. It got rejected so many times. But what I've noticed is just it gets rejected. Finally it closes above, and then it works its way back below again. Maybe it's going to do it right away. Just get rejected right away again. I mean, this is the first official close above it though, since the market really started tanking. There's also already first attempt lower, so the next time it goes below a bar, it'd be a second attempt. All right, so it stayed above. Strong push through the midline. All right, here's a second attempt lower. No setup. So typically what I've seen is the first close above the 50, either right away or after a little bit, it come down, close below it, and then it'll try again and close above it, and then probably come back and close below it, and then on a third time might be when an actual reversal happens and it'll stay above. So right now, this is not surprising me. That's just my observation so far watching it for 2 weeks. feel like I just need to survive this change of market and adapt and figure out how to stick with what works. Just stay really conservative and get through this until the market starts working back in my favor, giving me the setups I like. So it's just really hard when you want to get to a payout. But I'm nowhere near a payout, so I need to just calm myself. And it's like, just get through this really difficult market until the market starts working back in my favor again. If the SMA wasn't right here, the 50, I might even consider taking the failed second entry short for a long. If it's set up, there's not a lot of room. It looks like it's just going down anyway. The way it's looking at, it's not how I'd want to look for it anyway. It doesn't really fit the pattern. So the ones I'm looking for wouldn't even get to the midline. Yeah, really bearish day. I think it's just, it's more like this that I'm looking for, where everything stays above the midline. Yeah, this is coming just right back down. Just continue to have lower highs, lower lows. I don't know what this was all about. That was a crazy big move. I mean, from the low to the high. Yeah, it's not that big. It's only 38 points. I thought it was bigger than that. this market doing now? Some very odd bullish behavior. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Why do I keep doing that? Something wrong with me today. One leg, two legs. But there's no setup for me to go long here. First entry, second entry, lower high. From the high, it's first entry long. So it might be another attempt. But I don't want to go long into this, so I'm not looking for a long, not looking for a short right now. We've got a higher low. Lower high works. It feels like there's some sort of something changing in this market right now. I mean, I'm not really expecting a full-blown reversal, but we'll see. Just seems like there's some buying pressure trying to come in. We did have our first close above the 50. I feel like it wants to try it again. I'm not going to take a long here. Starting to just stack up. Keep my eye on this. So failure, but just in this potential range here. Looks like the second leg up. I mean, if this closed down here lower, maybe I would have taken that, but there's no way I'm going to short when the close is like that. Yeah, it's an engulfing bar. This could almost be like a trap the trapper. Tempting to want to go long here, but really tempting. But it's not my setup. And I've only got one loss, maybe not even one loss available to me to keep this account alive. So I gotta make my next trade a good one. It doesn't look like it's gonna even trigger. Maybe it will now. Now you got a double touch of the Bollingers. I'm gonna try. That's exactly what I was talking about. Try to keep it really tight. Come on. Closes below. I gotta get out. And it's exactly what I was talking about not doing. Is my account still alive? Try again. Trying again. I might be blowing my account right here. Oh, it's gonna blow. Just being stupid. It's gonna blow. It's like $60 away. Push up. Push, push, push. Push, push, push. No. All right, I got a little something out of that. 3 points. Should have stayed in it. For the risk of my account, I should have just stayed in it. Oh man, I really should have stayed in that. Just doing everything wrong. I mean, stupid trades. All right, look at this. I mean, it's what I was thinking would happen when I entered here, because it ticked above, I thought it would just go like it's doing now, but it waited. And then I re-entered, which was good. But at that point, I was just more afraid of losing my account. I think there's definitely buying pressure coming in at this point, obviously. But now we've got a second close above. And I would think above the 50 green line. And usually I've seen that it'll close above like twice and come back below. And then the third time is when it kind of stays above and creates some kind of reversal. So let's see what happens. Definitely just being very impulsive and not waiting for my setups. I'm just going to not count these because basically the loss and the win, I don't know. I think would I lose like maybe a little less than $100 between the two things? But it's really hard to just keep track of trades at this point. I mean, I'm not even taking setups. Like, it's literally not a setup. It's just trying to be impulsive and take a trade based on I thought it was going to do this. That's, I entered long here just because I thought this was coming. My timing was wrong. Got stopped out, and then I re-entered because I still believed it was happening, and my timing was right. But then I didn't. I didn't stay in the trade for the move. At least I'm showing a good example of what happens to me anyway when I don't follow my trading plan and my strategy and my setups, and I just start taking undisciplined, discretionary trades. This is typically how it goes for me. I'm just not good at trading that way, and I've never had a good experience or a good outcome trading that way. And every now and again, I just, for whatever reason, get in my head, oh yeah, today's the day, I'm going to try that. And then this is what happens. This is why I don't take, how many trades am I up to? I mean, I've taken 8 trades plus these 2, that's 10, plus a couple others, I think even that were break-evens. So I've taken over 10 entries today. And it's just a really good example of why I don't take so many trades. And I don't really even believe that anyone, like, I'm not going to say that not anyone can trade that way, but I think most people that try to trade just discretionary, they'll have some good days. Maybe they get payouts because they're aggressive and they get there, but then they have spectacular blow up days for sure. Yeah, I've been seeing those kinds of traders on YouTube looking around. And it's exactly the opposite of how I really want to be trading. Well beyond 2 legs. But it's also possible that this is just its own one leg up, and that will potentially come down here and try another one. So kind of keep that in mind as a possibility. Finally able to start seeing the 200 in the picture. It's been a long time since the 200's been anywhere nearby. And I could have brought my count way back. If I just stayed in there, could have easily got at least 21, 22 points, $435 back. Just from trailing. So you got a new high. You got a first attempt higher, although there was no swing low. So this is really just the first attempt lower if it does go. Doesn't seem like it's even going. So the thing I'm looking at is a strong push through the midline of the Bollinger with a potential one leg going for a second leg up. I want to see like either a failure of a 2 attempts down or go with the second attempt up. But best if they're together and then around the midline. Doesn't even have to be at the midline. It could be so strong that it doesn't even get there. But I want to watch out if there's no room on top too. So I would like to see this pop up, go a little bit above, then come down, and then maybe try to go for a long, but it doesn't look like that's what's happening. So maybe I'll hop in here, give us a first attempt to go higher. Or it's just going to go, I don't know, it's looking pretty rangy here. Might only be like this and get us to the 200, but it's kind of looking like it's just acting like that's a first entry. I mean, it's kind of a hidden first entry and then second entry. It wasn't really the way I was looking for the setup, but it looks like it's just going and doing what I was looking for. So it's possible. That resistance still playing a role here. there's a second attempt to go lower. But this is just not quite how I was thinking about this setting up. We already have a new high from this, so I don't really trust the longs. There's no short for me to take here. I feel like I'm just going to do something stupid right here. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break, reassess. I mean, the day is pretty shit. Like, I'm obviously not going to bring this account back to break even or green today, if at all. So maybe if I can take a break and find some patience and discipline. See, this is where I'm going to end up taking a trade. Because this is kind of what I'm looking for, except for the resistance up there. Here it goes. Let's see if it works. That's the trade. Man, you see? Because I've lost confidence today. That's the trade I was talking about. I don't know if that's going to get all the way to this measured move, but it's an example. Like, I started the day off taking the same trade, but in reverse, going with the shorts, and it lost for me, and then just went off the rails the rest of the day. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm frustrated. Take a break. I'll be back. And I'll come up with a game plan. Maybe I'll see if I can get my head right and just start trading a different account. And just, yeah, try to build up. So look at this. This is exactly, I mean, I had it drawn out, everything. Talked about it before it happened at the midline. It's just because this had this resistance here. I just didn't pull the trigger, and yeah, there's not much room. But I mean, yeah, could have even taken a chance and just put a buy order down here. It gave me plenty of room just back to the top, but it's not how I trade. All right, I'm going to turn my screen off. I'm going to turn off my account. I'm going to go feed my dogs, take them out. I'll be gone for like 15 or 20 minutes. I'll come back, see if I could get my head right. And I feel like I should just leave 11 alone and just concentrate on the accounts that I can actually work on, that are not in so bad shape that I can't work towards payouts. And hopefully I've got, I mean, it seems like I've gotten out of my system the whole thing I was doing earlier. You know, just taking setups for no good reason, even the one here. I mean, it's kind of a good reason because I was expecting this to happen, but my timing was bad. But I think I got this out of my system, so maybe when I come back, I can just get back to my actual strategy. And trade a different account. Maybe, hopefully see some green on the board. All right, I'll be back. right, I'm back. I've made a decision. My motto's always been I can't blow up an account in a single day. So I'm going to stop trading PA11. And I'm going to start trading a different account. Maybe I'll just start trading 14 since I've already got a loss on that, but it's not as in bad shape. A lot of drawdown. I've got like 1,600 drawdown. Is that right? $1,600, something like that. So that's what I'm going to do. So let me turn this off. I'm not going to do PA11. I'm going to do PA14. And PA11 will not get blown today. It's just not going to happen. So that's how I'm looking at it. First entry short, second entry short, failure right now. Oops. Didn't work. Good thing I wasn't in. I may have been thinking about that. Shot right through the Bollinger. All right, so that hasn't worked a couple times, but it's mostly worked today. So luckily I got saved by not being here for that. Not being ready for it. There's a new high here. Kind of weird. I actually ticked above here and had even lows. So it's kind of like a hidden second entry long and a failure. It didn't work. And we were so close. I thought we were gonna, I really thought this would have pushed up to try the 200. All right, well, that's why I took a break. And this was essentially the same trade here where it worked and I didn't take it. It's crazy. 21 points to the top. All right, I'm gonna only take my real setups. Got to have context. Yeah, I'm going to skip anything if I don't have context. That's the thought. And I'm trading 14. So with any luck, I'll be able to get some of this back on this account. And I'm not going to risk any of the other accounts today. Wait for a new day. It's looking mega bearish. Mega bearish. Which is bizarre because this looks pretty legit for a trend channel. So you'd think you'd get a new retest of this high at some point. But I mean, it's crazy from the all-time high to where we are now. 13 days later, 1,685 points down. It's insane. All right, so if you don't count this as a first entry, there's a first entry here. This is kind of a second entry, potentially. Now we've really shot right through the Bollinger again. This is what I don't like, when it's shooting right through. I mean, I guess this one got caught up a little bit here. Shooting through is this. That's the difference to me. Going right through it versus like going through it and jumping back and touching it. So that's maybe why that didn't work. I think I gotta really pay attention to that when I'm looking for my setup. So that's not holding as level. No, it's nothing. It's just not clear. This is not in play anymore, I don't think. So maybe it really was one leg, 2 legs with a 3rd leg, which means 2 legs down, probably near it already. Yeah. Two leg up, correction, another leg down. I wonder, going back to my trade this morning, my first trade, shot right through it. I think I hung up at the midline. So I was looking at his first entry long, second entry long with a failure. The only thing I'd say is it's engulfing, right? Took me out. Took a while. And then I took a second trade right on the back of losing because I was just like, I don't know, I guess I was frustrated that I lost. I took it long as like a failure, like a trap the trapper. And that took me out pretty quickly. Then I took another trade here, that worked. Another trade here, that worked. And then started being an idiot around here. Just taking longs for no reason. Anyway. It's 2 legs down. It's looking very bearish again. What a week. Was I 0-4 yesterday? 3 and 5 today. It's more like 4 and 6 plus some break evens, but the 4th and the 6th was essentially a break even between the two anyway. Second entry long inside bar at the measured move. I already lost once that way today, so I'm not going to do that. I think too, whenever I see a doji like this, I'm going to stay out of trades. Because here, lost, there's a doji 3 before it. Lost here, I mean, different situation, these aren't even trades, but doji. When I win, there's no doji nearby. And when I lost my first trade, there was a doji here. Actually, 2 dojis. So, and this second trade wasn't a real trade. So, I think if I see a doji somewhere within 3 or 4 candles, I'm not taking a trade anymore. Failure would have worked here with a doji right there. I think the other thing too is I'm going to adjust my risk according to ATR from now on. So if it's like 38 tick risk or 38 tick ATR, then I'm going to have my risk be around 38, or yeah, maybe I'll make it 40. If it's 50, maybe I'll make it around 50. Yeah. If it's 60, that's getting too big. So I'll keep it at, what did I make it? I made it like 40. 45. I think 45 in general is good. But if the ATR is lower, like right now it's lower than 45, then maybe I'll make it more like what it currently is. But also, if it's lower than the 45, then maybe I'll just use the size of the bars. Like this bar is 43, so that would still work. So I think that's how I'll kind of do it from now on. A little bit less about the signal bar, because usually when it goes against me far enough into the signal bar, it becomes a loss anyway. So my trades should work pretty much right away, or else why am I taking the whole size of the bar as a loss? What a day, though. This is terrible for the markets. At least I got my patience and discipline back to not start taking stupid trades again after this. I was so right about this, but the timing was off by 1 bar. I entered here, I took a loss, re-entered, and got out here. That would have brought my account back pretty significantly. And so here we are, retesting the lows again. Just see if something holds down here. Two breakouts of the top, it looks like, but this looks pretty legit here. So let's see if this holds as a bottom with one more retest of the low. I would like to see it at least touch the low again, if not make a new low, and then I'd like to see it start finding some bullishness. Stay patient and wait for an actual setup. I would take no more of this going nuts and just freelancing. It doesn't work for me. And there was a guy that used to come here that I turned off his ability to comment in the chat. He said he takes 100 trades a day. Well, here's my version of 100 trades in a day. This is my experience with trading like that. It's over trading. It's not disciplined trading. And for as many days as that'll work and you'll be green and feel good about it, you'll run into these days where you'll just blow all your accounts. So that's why I turned them off, because this is the reality of my experience trying to trade in some version of that. So had some failed breakouts on the top. Maybe we'll have a failed breakout here on the bottom. Or maybe we keep going down. We're down 616 points. Got plenty of room on the daily. There's nothing stopping us from going further. 15-minute chart. It's just really ugly. It's just, man. Two-minute chart. All right, so failed breakout here. So yeah, we got the new low. Had a little bit of a failed breakout at the bottom. We did, I talked about this earlier, getting the close above the 50. Got to close here once. Got close here. We retested it, closed again above, but it failed again. So usually what I've noticed is once it breaks above and closes above all these times and then tests it and closes above, usually I haven't seen it come back down below. So that's how bearish of a day this is. So new low, first attempt to go short. It's also a new high here. What I'm kind of thinking is I want to see this go up. Another one come back down. And then look for a long. So that way it'd be first attempt higher, first attempt lower, get a second attempt lower, and get the failure. That's also a second attempt long to go long, but it's got to be just right. The Bollingers are constricting. There's also potential resistance there. So I'm looking for a bar to go lower and give me a higher with room and close above this resistance. is engulfing, of course, right into the resistance there. So I'm waiting. Still 30 seconds in the bar. Hoping I can wait and see how this bar closes. So I want to close above this white line. This is why I'm not entering engulfing. I wish the close was above here. And this is coming down, not giving much room. All right, and that's why I don't enter engulfing. And that's what I did wrong on my first trade today. I entered engulfing. I gotta stay away from the engulfing bars is essentially what I think the thing is. It's trapping both sides now. Maybe. No, I still can't do it. Still closed below. So here's what I was waiting for. That's what I was looking for, but just trying to trade safer. It's the second time I've had the right idea. It was the second time the timing would have been bad if I entered engulfing, and then it ended up working. So the right idea, not the right setup. But at least I had the context right. really thought we were going to start working up, but it's just not happening. I guess it broke out twice here. Maybe it's going to break out and fail twice here. Let's see. New high here, so first attempt higher. Really strong push right through the midline again, but retested it already. And it just wants to go lower again, it seems like. We're going to be looking at, sorry, one leg, two legs, but are we going to be looking at like one leg, two legs like that? I don't know. Looks like Alpine had a red day today. It's not just me, once again. Hard day. Hard price action. This is a second attempt long. Not a setup for me, not picking a bottom. Like, why does this long work? Why is the market buying now? What computer is buying this? The 2 minute looking like. Two-minute, a little bit more reason to like it. First entry, second entry here. Failure here, maybe. Went through, test it once, test it twice, second entry long. I feel like I'd rather wait for a second entry short. Considering the short there, but I'd rather have the second attempt to go short. Looks like the failure maybe is the trade. Right off previous support being resistance. But hey, it's better I trade tighter than what I was doing this morning, so. Still wouldn't have reached my profit target yet. Almost. So I would have got something less than my profit target on that trade if I was in it. Kind of just waiting around to see if I can get one solid, great setup to take. Not looking for a short anymore. That level didn't hold. So it looks like it really is going another measured move down. Still an hour and a half left in the regular market, so still a long way down it could potentially go. I mean, this is just the measurement I made off the daily. That's pretty intense stuff there. Redo this. Take this off. Just a hard day to find good setups. And when you're like me, and not sticking to your strategy, it doesn't go well. At least I managed to not blow up any accounts today. Very close. P11 is going to have one trade to try to stay alive on another day. Painful week of trading. It's the third day of the week, and I'm 4 and 13 for the week. Way over trading. 17 trades. After a 5-0 week, I was super disciplined. Just lost my shit this week. I'm gonna try to get my mind right. Kind of a hidden second attempt. Engulfing though again. Trying to stay away from engulfing. I'm literally gonna just try to not take engulfing ever again. If that's possible. Ooh. When I take them, they don't work. When I don't, they work amazingly. I know I had this measure move target, but it's just been one of those weeks where these are the kind of entries I'll take and lose. He was 660 points down today. I wanted to take that, but I was hoping it would like stop here with plenty of room. I can enter afterwards, but it just was too low. Look at this. 35 points. It's frustrating. How many times today was I looking for the right thing and it just didn't set up quite how I liked it, or I entered and it took me out and then worked right afterwards. Just timing's been off. Right to the measured move. Amazing how 3 days you can go from 5 accounts looking good to 5 accounts looking not great. Not even a week, 3 days. looks like Alpine was, so he had 4 losses today. That's like me yesterday, 4 losses. No wins. Today, had some wins. Didn't help. Way too many losses. So, more than the measured move. Yeah, that's terrible trading today. And there were some other little trades in here that were like break evens, or there's a loss and a win right in here. Basically made the 2 trades break even. Small loss. So there's even more trades than this. But nothing in all of this, at least. I don't know why I'm still sitting here other than just wanting to see like one awesome, great setup that's easy to take and get a win and finish the day on a positive note. It's really the only reason I'm still here. But it's going to have to be a perfect setup. Like this was a pretty great setup, but it wasn't perfect. And I didn't take it. Down 700 points in Kia. Crazy to think. 700 points. 3.5%. First test of the midline since we cut through it here. Ooh. What a day. It's really fun to get wrecked on GameStop at the same time as I got wrecked on my prop accounts too. Maybe it's a good idea to just glance at the 2-minute every now and again when I'm thinking about taking a setup, just to get a little bit more perspective. Second attempt lower. Room to the midline. 2-minute. Do I consider a long? Don't really like that. Would have liked it if it was a stronger close. It's kind of tempting, but I don't know. Do I have context for a long? Not really. It worked. I just don't have any context to take a trade here. Search for context. Kind of say maybe it's an overshoot down here. But still dropping. So I hate these trend lines. Although that would maybe give me a reason to take this long, which would have just barely worked enough. just sitting here watching this. So I was talking to my wife, and just continue to see nada. You okay? All right, so consolidating. There was a first attempt higher, second attempt higher that failed. I was talking to my wife during that. Doubt I would have taken it anyways because I had this line higher. All right, so just not trusting anything. Man, been streaming for 5 hours. Bye. Can't even see this. Right, it's kind of like a first attempt lower, second attempt lower, but I don't know. Everything's just too tight in here. Can't even get back up to here. Pretty strong move through the middle. Although I've been noticing that happens in like range areas. So it's maybe less important. Just drops right through. So that would have been a good trade. Bearish day. I guess I just got to take those, but I think I'm so PTSD from this week. I can't even trade right now. funny. You would think that I'd be red because I did take a couple longs I shouldn't have taken, but my first trade was a short that failed, which is the main reason why I'm red today. All right, 40 minutes left in the regular hours. This market has never gotten back to the 200 today. Came almost to it, but not to it. Turned back down. And it did exactly what I was talking about earlier, where it closes above, closes above, closes above the 50, and then fails, goes back under. See that? I've seen that a lot in the last couple weeks since I've been following it. I mean, if I see a trade I really like, I'll take it. I mean, this wasn't bad, but it was a little bit convoluted because it knew low, went lower once. And I think it went up and down and up and down. Every time I've seen this today where it's kind of rangy looking, it looks like you got bottom support, but it's not getting back to the top. It's always falling out of the bottom again. Notice that today. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that are always buying these bottoms, and it's working until it doesn't, and then they lose their ass, right? Depending on their stops on a day like today. What's a new high? First attempt longer, second attempt long. So first entry short, second entry short, kind of here in the middle. Getting to this 50 again. Oh wow, that happened fast. Again, engulfing. Just fucking engulfing bars, man. All day. The ones I take fail. The ones I don't take work instantly. How does that happen? How is that even a thing? I think it's just going to start getting really weird and crazy. Just barcoding. Yeah. Get like that. Barcode. What the hell? My accounts were looking so good the end of last week. I felt like I was on my way. Now I got one about to be busted. Probably on the next trade. And then 4 that are okay. They're all fine, but I mean, plenty of drawdown, but it just feels like shit to see them mostly under the starting balance and one barely above the starting balance. And all these days traded. Fucking waste. Really annoying. Definitely feeling the frustrations of trading. You can see my patience and my discipline is so good for so long, and then I run into this kind of a week. The market changes, I don't adapt quick enough, and I just start doing stupid shit. I mean, I got 8 trades today. I actually entered at least 10, 11, 12 trades today. Some of them were basically break even. I mean, when the hell do I take that many trades? It's just stupid. So I'm actually lucky I didn't actually blow up an account today. But I virtually did because 11's basically going to be a goner. Do I want to take a triple test? Hidden second entry. These have just fallen out every single time today. So I don't know that I really trust it. So lower, low. Yeah. So I'm not even considering it now that I broke below. This has happened every time today. It's just been a repeating pattern. Get into consolidation range area, and it just continues to make lower highs. And it feels like it's finding support on the bottom, and then eventually it just gives way. Now we're over 700 points down on the day on NQ. And people will, buy down here, and they'll do really well. And then they'll do it again, and then boom, and the one loss might become a big enough loss to erase all their wins they had leading into it. All the GameStop momentum completely wrecked. The whole market, I mean, the whole market is red, other than just like a few things here and there. What's up, digital? Rough day, rough week. Really rough week. 4 and 13 for the week, and it's really worse than that because I've taken more trades than that, but they're basically break-even-ish trades. Yeah, rough day. I'm just feeling all kinds of ways today. I was taking stupid trades, just like not even taking trades according to my strategy or my setups, just entering, just doing stupid shit. I mean, like, look at this. Look at this. I mean, my first trade was according to my rules. Didn't work. Took a loss, and then immediately took a long right afterwards after taking the short with the trend. Took a long thinking, okay, it's a failure. I'll try to take it that way. Maybe it's reversing. Got blown away. And then took a couple good trades after that, but I was still red. And then I don't know what I was thinking here. Took these two longs, just absolutely no reason to go long in either of those spots. Then I took a short here, ended up taking a loss just because I moved my stop down. It would have worked if I just didn't move my stop. Got a win here, little win. And then over here I didn't mark it, but took a little loss here and then took a little win when the long that I took, if I just let it go, I would have recovered quite a bit. But I just took a very small win. So it was basically break even between the loss and the win here. And then I haven't done anything since then. So shitty day. Digital says, yeah, blew a few evals, didn't trade none of my PAs in today's market. Well, you're smart, man. You should have come in here earlier and say, hey, I'm not trading my PAs today. Maybe I would have gone, maybe that's a good idea. I wish I did that. I mean, I didn't do horrible damage. I mean, really, it's just PA11. PA11 that I did the real damage to. I took the bulk of my trades on this. I copy traded, I think, the first two trades on 14 and took 2 losses, I think, on there. And then switched and just only traded 11 after that. So I got like, what, a little under 300 in drawdown left. So basically one more trade pretty much will kill that account with a loss. And then all the rest of the accounts have plenty of drawdown. It's just disappointing and, feeling down about the balances all being basically below starting balance except for one. Digital says didn't trade that. Yeah. So yeah, at least yours were just evals. Not that you want to lose evals, but if you're going to lose an account, those are the ones you want to lose, right? This market's just been, I don't know, I can't make any real sense of it other than just very negative sentiment overall. And I mean, you look at the daily, I mean, when's the last time we had 3 huge down days, within a couple weeks? I mean, we have not seen that in the entirety of how much a year that I have on this chart. We have not seen 3 days like that in a year. So I think it's just, the market's definitely changed and gone bearish, and I just didn't adjust well in the last few days since the beginning of the week. And look at this random push-up. But we are, 25 minutes left in the day, so this can get real wild real quick. And I know that the earnings reports from Tesla and Alphabet at the end of the market yesterday really set this whole thing off. Also today, I think I was just frustrated because I'm sitting here watching my GameStop just getting destroyed in the last couple of days as well. And so it's, real money that I'm in the red on that one when I was up way big in the beginning of my play. in May and June, and I didn't take my profits when I should have. So now I'm just sitting in the red, and it's getting worse, and looking at my prop accounts and not doing well, and I'm just getting frustrated. Trading's hard, yo. Anyone that says trading is easy is full of shite. The only thing I know is I'm only a decent trader, decent to somewhat good sometimes, when I'm just disciplined, patient, follow my rules, trade my strategy, don't fuck around, don't just enter trades because maybe this or that, or trying to jump in on momentum or whatever it is. Just stick to what I know works for me, even if it means I get 2 trades in a week. That's the only way I trade good. And when I start trying to push things, I'm red. I'm just red. I'll get some good trades, but then I end up over trading, and no amount of good big wins based on, I'm jumping in here, turns the day into a good day, because I just overtrade, and eventually I make mistakes. So I think yesterday, coming off an 0-4 day where nothing was working, I came in with some kind of weird mentality today. And when my first trade didn't work according to my strategy, I just lost my shit for about an hour there, whatever amount of time that was, and did way more damage to PA11 than I really needed to do. I mean, look at that. There's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades all within the first half hour. And then there were some more trades in here. If I turned on P11, you'd see all the marks. Kind of break-evens or small losses that I didn't count, and trades here. And then finally just caught myself, and I haven't traded since. Digital says, yeah, I know the frustration. Yeah, man, it's real. It's real. Yeah. I think a lot of people are feeling it this week. I really think just this market has been a drastic change. We've all gotten very used to the market just always recovering and turning bullish. It's just like every time you think it was going to turn down, it wouldn't. And this time it really did it. And it's really hard to adjust. Yeah, Digital says, but we just have to keep pushing. I know, man. Yesterday I was 0-4, and just like every thought was like, man, this isn't working. I got like, am I really going to keep going? Like, am I going to quit? What am I going to do? And then I think part of that affected me today when I got started. It's just like, well, if I'm going to feel like I'm going to quit soon, I might as well just push and try different shit. I don't know. And, but it's a reminder, like, just entering just because, not with a strategy, just doesn't make sense. At least for me. I've done it more than enough times to know I just can't win that way. I really can't. So, fighting the urge to want to quit. Obviously, I can't quit when I still have 5 PAs, so maybe that's part of the self-destructive behavior this morning. It's like, well, if I'm going to quit, then I can just destroy these accounts, and then I'll have a real reason to quit. And I basically did a good job on destroying one. The only thing smart I did today was turn off the trade copier, just trade one account. And I think that's really the only thing I did smart today, was that I decided, well, if I'm going to ruin an account, it'll just be one account. And I did. I basically crushed P11, and it will have the smallest, tiniest chance of being able to recover it. It's like more than likely not going to happen with barely $300 drawdown. So then I'll be down to 4 PAs. And I'm committed to not buying any more evaluations until I get a payout or I have no accounts left. And if I have no accounts left, I gotta really seriously consider what the fuck I'm doing. If I go through 15 PA accounts without a single payout, then it's just, I don't know, I gotta do something, change something, or stop trading, or take a break, or something. And it's funny because I was so feeling confident at the end of last week when I had a 5-0 week. And I was so meticulous last week where I was just not entering trades unless they exactly fit my rules. Patient, disciplined, just let all kinds of trades go by and just picking my spots. And I picked 5 beautiful trades that all worked. And I was up, over $1,000 between all my accounts that I traded last week. And in 2 days, really, yesterday and today, I just completely destroyed. I probably lost, between the 2 days, I've lost 2 times the amount that I won last week. Look at this push up, man. This is the literal first time we've been at the 200 EMA since the thing fell apart pre-market. We couldn't even get back up to test it at all, ever. This is the first time we're at the 200 SMA. So it's just wild. I mean, it's just like, And when I started, I had like a nervous feeling because I started late. It was like after 7 Pacific, so more than a half hour after the market opened. And I already saw how down the day was in here when I started. And I was just like, oh man, this looks like it's going to be a hard day to find setups I like. And I took the first one. I liked it. But looking back, there was a doji. It was kind of going sideways. Probably enough reasons to stay out. Although there was the same trade multiple times I didn't take afterwards that looked very much the same. They all worked. It's just the one that I took didn't work. All right, so we're rejecting off the 200. But I don't have a setup here. I mean, we have a strong push right through the Bollinger, right midline, right through the 50. So really what I like to see is 2 attempts down that fail, maybe even gives me 2 attempts up, fail above the midline of the Bollinger and take a long, but we got 18 minutes left in the market, so probably the best thing I can do is just not trade anymore today. I was hoping I'd find one more trade. I was going to trade on account 14. I was going to not let myself blow up an account today. And I was hoping I would find one more rock solid setup to just finish the day on a win, to give myself a little bit of like, okay, you got this. It's going to be all right. But maybe if there's 2 attempts shorter, maybe I'd take the second attempt short off the 200 since it's the very first time we're at the 200. But man, this looks like one rock solid strong leg up. You almost expect a second leg up, except I don't think it can get through the 200 since it's the first time testing it. Especially if it's like a little tiny bar. Digital says you can't quit, you're getting closer. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the encouragement because it's like, it just, these days just gets you. It's like I want to take a short here, but I know a short here is extremely, extremely dangerous after this strong push up at the end of the day. 15 minutes left. Maybe if it touched the 200 and rejected right off of it again. But normally I'd be looking for a long in this spot with the way it pushed up. I'm not going to take a long into the 200. Here it goes. See, here's a short I wanted to take. Would have worked easily. Shit. You see that? Would have worked easily. 204 tick bar. I mean, I would have hit my profit target before I even had a chance to move it for a bigger target. Because I know, we haven't been to this 200 SMA all day. This is the first time. Of course, we're going to reject there. But it wasn't great setup for short. It really wasn't. And here's where I would look for a long. Big push up. It's just that's such a negative day. Is it really going to finish strong? You know, this is what I would normally be thinking for a long on a failure. It'll also be a second attempt long at the same time. And huge bar, 93 ticks. Not showing a lot of strength at the end of the bar. All right, so based off of that, it doesn't make me feel like I want to take a long anymore. So yeah, I mean, there's been so many times I've said to myself I want to quit, but I won't be able to quit at the very least until all these PAs are gone. And the way I'm trading right now, I gotta start trading them as single accounts. So I'm gonna just start trading them as single accounts, and I'm not even gonna worry about trying to build them back up. Like after today, I'm gonna just try to get back to what I was doing and go with my best account that I have currently, which is gonna be 13. So that I'm just gonna try to focus on 13, take good trades. Maybe there'll be a bounce off the 50. It will line up with the bottom Bollinger for a second attempt to go long, but it'll also line up with the breakout of this, I suppose, possibly. But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to quit while I have accounts, so that's one thing. Not even gonna get down here. It's gonna push from here. I don't know. I don't trust along from there. I definitely wanted it to come down here if I was gonna consider taking along. There it is. Triggers. So it would be from there basically. It also was a strong push. I mean, all day it's a strong push both directions. It's like, which one do you? I haven't seen that a lot until today. All right, so I mean, I'm technically expecting this to go at least back up here and try to get up here. Yeah, there it works. It's not where I want it. I think it's even an inside bar. Equal bottoms here, but I wanted it to come down a little bit further for me to even think about taking it. Would have more than worked. So there's two trades. Two trades that would have worked easily. So it's like, it's fine when I'm reading the market and I'm understanding what's going on. Earlier, it was just going down. I had no real read on the market. I had no idea for measured moves or anything to, I couldn't find anything that made sense to me. And I was just taking trades with no context. And, by the way, if this doesn't make this push up, then this thing's gonna crater again. It's already setting up a failure potentially off the midline. But 10 minutes left in the market. Here comes Murderbot. I'm not doing anything in this. This can potentially get real crazy real quick. I wouldn't be surprised if this now comes back down here. It fails here, but there's a failure. Yeah, so there's another one that would work. There's 3 trades in minutes. So yeah, I mean, that's really it. I mean, I'm not going to take any more trades today. I'm clearly, I got PTSD. I got PTSD from yesterday and today. 0-4 yesterday. 3-5 today. Plus a couple other little trades in here that, I mean, basically, here, let me turn off my screen real quick. Just turn back on PA11. You can see all the marks. Because really, I think every trade I took today was on PA11. So just a bunch of who knows what's going on in here. There's some like break evens and things in here that I don't think I even marked. Forget. So I lost here on a failure. It worked 4 or 5 other times today that I didn't take. Then I just entered long for no reason here, lost. Then I entered long here, have like triple trap and triple test. That worked. Entered short here. That was a good trade. That worked. And then I don't know why I took a long here. Lost. Don't know why I took a long here. Lost. Here was some. Here was basically a very small loss, but break even. And then I don't know. I don't know. There's definitely some trades in here that I didn't mark. I think there was like a break even or a very small loss, and then actually there might have been even another loss here. I kind of lost track. I won here, lost here, lost here. Took a trade here. Would have worked for my profit target, but I moved my profit target all the way down. It came back and hit my stop. I only got like a few ticks of a win here. Entered short here. If I just left my stop up here, it would have worked for my profit target. But instead I moved my stop loss down while my daughter was in here. Wasn't able to even like really pay attention to what was going on, and took a loss. Like a small loss. Got a decent win here. It was like 6 points, something like that. And that was, and then here, I had some kind of instinct that this move was going to happen up. So I entered long. There was no setup. I just entered at the support right here. It went down. I just took a loss. I didn't even leave my stop underneath. It would have hit it anyway. And then I re-entered long here. Re-entered long, and I was so, just messed up from the whole day, and PA11 was about to blow. It was within like $60 after this. So I didn't want to let it blow up today. So I just took a small win here. Boom, that big move, which is kind of what I was expecting. My plan was to enter here and let this whole thing happen. But because I took the loss here, I got out of this early and took a win, but that would have brought half of my losses back on PA11, just that trade alone. And then that was my last trade of the day. So that's how it went for me. And so just frustrating in so many ways. The biggest frustration was just because I had an 0-4 day yesterday and then started off with what I thought was a pretty decent trade, and it lost immediately in a downtrend. I was like, it's gonna work because it's such a bearish day, and of course, even trading with the trend doesn't mean it's shit because you can still lose. Look at that. So new low, down 735 points, man. People are getting wrecked today. Longs are getting wrecked. So anyway, I gotta just take a deep breath, pull my shit together, get my mind right, and come in here and be like last week. Watch my videos from last week. I was rock solid, skipping, just disciplined as hell. Only taking trades where there's setups that support my context, or understanding context and getting setups that support the context that I'm reading in the market. That's when I do well. I don't get a lot of trades, but I get winning trades. And when I do anything other than that, yesterday and today are the results. Yesterday, I was just taking setups with no understanding of context whatsoever. The market was back and forth. It was really volatile, really hard to get a sense of what it was trying to do, where the destination was going to be for any particular moves. And I paid the price because I was just taking setups with no understanding of context. And then today, I felt like I had the context, bearish day, taking a trade with the bearish sentiment and the context and getting a loss. And it just triggered something in my mind and I lost my shit for like an hour. So the only good thing I did today was turning off the trade copier and not allowing myself to even blow up a single account. Even when I took over 10 entries today. I marked my stats as 3 and 5 because the rest were basically break evens. There was like a win and a loss that cancel each other out basically. But I took over 10 entries, maybe 11 or 12 entries, I'm guessing. And it just doesn't work for me. It just doesn't work. I can't trade that way. So that's going to be it. I'm not giving up, but I gotta just tighten up, get my patience back, get the frustration out of my system, and trade the way I know I can trade, which is just trading my system with my setups. And, if I'm being honest with myself, I think that guy that was in here a week or two ago that I ended up blocking, I think he really did get to me, honestly. All his talk and BS about, not taking trades and saying he takes 100 trades a day and all this bullshit. If I'm being honest with myself and with whoever's listening to this, I definitely let that affect me. Whereas like, oh, I'm streaming, I do need to take more trades. I can't just be taking, one trade a day. But that's not the reason why I'm here. And that's why I blocked him and cut him off, because I didn't want to have that kind of an influence in my chat to, make me start thinking in some other way, a different way than what I find works for me. And, the combination of the market changing and me having a bad day yesterday, and, it's 3 red days in a row, I think. Monday, I think I was 1 and 1. It was a red day, mostly a red day. I think it was 2 accounts were red and 2 accounts were green, but the red was bigger than the green. So 3 red days in a row. And I think just the confluence of all these things and the market changing and turning into a bearish market really suddenly, when my mind was still saying, oh, this market's going to recover. It's not going to be able to push down like this multiple days, and, I just got to get my mind right. That's where it's at. So I'm going to leave it off here at the close of the regular hours. I can't remember the last time I stayed on stream till the close of the regular hours, if ever. But here we are. So hope you had a better day than me. anyone that's still here listening to this. Digital, sorry to hear you had a tough day too. I think there's probably, I saw Alpine looked like he had a red day today. Didn't blow any accounts either. I haven't checked anyone else out yet, but I'm sure there's probably plenty of people that had a tough day today. So we're not alone. And then there will be those YouTubers that will hide their losses or delete their videos if they had a live stream and they took red days. There's a lot of those people too. This video will stay here, and I'm not deleting it. It's just the reality. This is the reality of trading. No matter how good you think you are or how much improved you think you're getting, it's really hard to avoid running into days like this. Sometimes they just happen. So I just got to get better at recognizing when this kind of day is happening and recognizing to be able to, contain myself or moderate myself to understand, like, all right, this is not working out today. All right. I think that's it. I've said it all. What a terrible week. 4-13. It's really worse than that. And all right, try to come back better and stronger tomorrow, and just try to trade the context and the setups better. There's so many. By the way, there were so many setups I could have taken that worked today if I didn't do all the BS I did in the beginning. I could have taken a lot of these other trades that I didn't take that would have won. Especially towards the end here, there were so many really pretty good setups that were pretty obvious. And the other thing that too is just so many setups became with engulfing bars, and that's where I get a lot of my losses is engulfing. So I gotta not take those trades, and it's really frustrating when the one you take fails and then every other single one seems to work, which is kind of how today went to me. My first trade was an engulfing bar entry, failed. I'm pretty sure every single other one I saw today literally worked. So it's hard not to take them when you see them work so many times, but then you take them, and when they don't work, you say, why am I still taking those? So, all right, definitely said it all. Thanks for watching. If you want to see if I can recover, like and subscribe. Who knows how much longer I'm going to be doing this, the way things are going this week. So let's see if I can continue. The other thought I had was to stop streaming and just to take that pressure off of me. But honestly, I don't see what the point of doing that is. If I'm going to fail and blow up all these accounts, I might as well just do it on this channel. And whether that becomes the end of the channel, we'll have to see. But yeah. All right. I'm out of here. Thanks for watching.